Hi, I'm Pharaoh, and today the idea is to use my expedition save to basically, to explain that, I have a save where I just go from one expedition to another. I do other things with the save, but I generally just always use that particular one to run expeditions. And right now, let's just switch this a second. Right now I'm at my freighter. I'm going to grab a few things. I have a few things that I set aside in my freighter. The intro music wasn't audible. Okay. Interesting. I have been messing around with my sound because I wasn't happy with my sound at all. So I wasn't happy with the way my microphone was set up, mostly. Hi, Alphys. Hi. I keep pronouncing that wrong. Parmenta. Right, so one of the things I like to do is take a little bit of ability to warp around. So I've got a load of stuff stashed away in one of my containers. That's pulse. There's some warp. So we just take some of these with us. Let's just put it in my exosuit. Supreme, 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 supreme. That'll do. I've got the ingredients. That's why I had the thing on the screen, the debris rangefinders. I've got the ingredients for those, so I don't have to worry about getting that stuff once I get to the anomaly. And I'm not sure if we really need an awful lot more, to be honest. I sometimes have... What I sometimes do is I run a couple of derelicts so that I can take some tainted metal with me for nanites. But I really didn't find myself spending much money, well, spending much money or nanites, really. I guess I should take some microprocessors if I've got any in my storage. And I usually take a large refiner. Yeah. Can't see any microprocessors there. I must have some. 5. I feel like I could take a few more than that. What am I missing? Carbon nanotubes. If I take 10. Anybody think of anything else apart from the I mean, I guess I could take a couple of things for my weapon. We do have to do that shooting thing. One of them, it turns out you don't have to, apparently. And one of them you do have to. The bug one we don't have to. Hang on a second. Just be right back a second. Something's cropped up. So let's take that thing off of the screen. Don't need that anymore. So I'm looking for things I can take with me. I usually take a Mark II refiner. I've got some neutron cannon stuff. Yeah, we've got plenty of space. I don't know if we've got quite enough for all of this tech, but we can take a couple of neutron cannon things and maybe take an actual neutron cannon. So if we store that from there and chuck that in there, and then just make another one in here because we've got the resources in this save. Yes, rocket boots are terrible. We agree on that. I know some people are big into them, but I just don't get them. Don't get them at all. I'm going the wrong way. So I think that'll be enough. I mean, we did the expedition without anything. We didn't really notice any obvious things we needed. The things that were slowing us down were things like getting that floating creature and a little bit of resource gathering for the things that we're going to take with us anyway. So as long as we're taking the solar mirror, the quantum computer, and some metal plating with us, I think we're pretty good. There didn't even seem to be much reason to have hyperdrive stuff, because it didn't seem as if stuff was that far away. Okay. Now, I'm not speed running it, but I certainly want to try and do it quicker than last time, because last time just seemed to take, well, it seemed to drag. I think it was something like 5.5 hours when I actually looked at how long the save had been. So, but of course I'd been streaming for a long while on the Tuesday. Now, can we just squash this rumor that Hello Games have reduced the length of time that this expedition runs for? When an expedition starts, we get given a little file in our saves. It goes into the cache, and it tells you when the expedition starts and when it ends. If you look it up online, if you take the timestamp and put it online to convert it, and it will tell you exactly when an expedition starts and when an expedition ends. Going the wrong way. And this expedition was always due to finish on the 6th. So next Thursday, is it? Yeah, next Thursday. I know they said it was going to be 3 weeks, but something else must be going on, because there's another thing starting on the Friday. I wonder if the expedition is going to continue in another way. I don't know for certain. I might make a little video about the options that there could be for that. But right now, what I will say is that it was always going to finish on Thursday. They haven't changed anything. They haven't cut it short for anything, and it's not a bug. Okay, so solar mirrors. Quantum computer. I really don't understand why these things are upside down. Metal plating. Warp. Warp. This end we'll make sure we've got that Mark II refiner. So, neutron cannon. Oh, I have got space for all of these, I think. Was there anything else that I wanted to take that I've got list? Oh yes, the microprocessors. Well, this is a problem that we see quite often. Let me pull that up, because I definitely agree that this did happen, and this did kick the rumor off, I think. What happens is that the timer on the loading screen is strangely inaccurate, always has been. If it says you've got 6 weeks to, if they say you've got 6 weeks to do a mission, it will say, sometimes it will say 2 months. And then it will get to the point where it's closer to 4 weeks and it will say a month. And it will suddenly do that, even though it said 2 months like 2 weeks ago. And then as you go through the weeks, it's like it's rounding up all the time in terms of the number of weeks and the number of months that it has. And it confuses everybody all the time. So it went from 2 weeks, I think it said, or whatever at that time, or maybe even still said 3 weeks, and it went to 10 days. And that is because of a problem with this, with the loading screen. It happens all the time. We see it, I'm going the wrong way again. We see it in just about every expedition, especially ones that are unusual lengths of time. So I suspect that that's what happened here. It just went from something like 2 weeks to 10 days. And it made everybody think that something had changed. And I remember someone was it Ignition was talking about it last time? So yeah, I don't think anything has changed. Certainly my save file hasn't changed. If it did change, then it changed on the modification date that I have on my PC. But that's not always clear because, for instance, the creation date will be from when they created it, not from when I created it, because they've sent the file to me. And the modification date could have just been because I accessed it on that day. The last time I accessed that file was on the Friday, and that's when it says it's modified on my PC. But I don't think it's changed at all. I certainly don't have that file in my bin or anything like that on my computer. It doesn't look like it's been moved or anything. And I also made a copy of it on, I think, probably on the Friday, and it hasn't changed since then. This is a very colourful system to start on. Right. What was the first thing? I don't remember having to do an awful lot in this expedition. I think we just had to get our ship working like we normally would. Prepackaged personal refiner, but we've got our own one if we get to the anomaly. And Starship launch fuel. So we'll get a few resources, because I think we do need them. So we'll get a bit of ferrite while we're here. A bit of carbon. I don't know if we'll need a lot. Probably a bit of oxygen. That's something I maybe should have brought with me. So some basic resources for the ship, but we normally get those as we go along, so that's not a big issue. Stuff like uranium. Or a big stack of tritium, that kind of thing. I always say I'm not going to speed run it, but I always have that instinct to go quite fast early on. So I need to temper that a bit, because you start making mistakes if you haven't got a clear speed running plan. Bit of cobalt. That's carbon. That's ferrite dust. Cobalt. Beetles on the spawn, but that could be useful in this case. Although I did find my new method of using a Corvette to skydive seemed to work really well in this expedition. So we didn't really have as many problems, but I might grab one just in case. Let's make sure we make some... we haven't got the creature pellets yet. Okay, fair enough. Sometimes that happens when you try and interact with an animal. Missing out on secondaries, but no, I'll switch it. I do tend to stay stuck in this screen for a little bit longer than necessary, but though it's nice to have a bit of variety of pages we're looking at. That's part of the thing I'm trying to work out with the rebrand, is how to have more variety in the pages on the scenes that we're looking at here. It's not a thing. Not seeing any sodium down here. Can't see any plants. Maybe up here? Oh, there's some. Is it sodium? Yes, it is. That's oxygen. That's oxygen. Well, I do need that anyway. I'm only getting oxygen. Usually sodium is the common one. Well, it might be a 50-50 and it's just... feels like one or the other is more common. Been looking at Corvette parts in the save files, and it seems to me as if, although there are a couple of differences, nearly every method gives you the same things. There's a couple of differences. There's one particular wing you can only seem to be able to get in one way, but obviously you could barter for it. And there's one, there's a couple of habs you can't get in some methods and you can in others. But they're the small habs, not the large habs. So it's not really it's quite a trivial difference. There's the beetle. So it doesn't seem like there's a particular way to get rarer things, for example. Right. Is it going to let me build the creature pellets? It mentions crafting it. Is it going to add it? No. Oh, I'm on the wrong page, that's why. I somehow got switched into there. I need more carbon. What happened to my carbon? I didn't get any carbon, obviously. I thought I got a bit. Is it just a small amount from that one? How much do I need? 60. 21 of 60. Is that carbon? Yes. Oh, I use it for that. Let's punch things for a second. If I'm mistaken, have they given a lot of slots unlocked at the start this time? They have. And they've still got that weird thing where there are slots at the bottom. But yeah, I think there are a few more than normal. And I'm still convinced that the reason we get those slots at the bottom is because they've still got the same generation system, and they're adding the what used to be in our cargo slot of our exosuit. Because if you remember a way back, we used to have 2 different inventories in our exosuit, which was crazy in and of itself. Yeah, should only need a few. Let's test this throwing things on the floor with this creature. Because they supposedly changed the way that these work, but they might not count as the floaty ones. Is it going to come down? No, it's not. He's slightly out of reach now. Can't quite get to him by jumping either. Okay, we got one. What would be really nice if it gave us that for the floaty companion, but it's obviously being very picky as to what it counts as the floaty companion. Might as well very quickly grab some of this stuff because we'll have a refiner in a bit. So the rusted metal is more useful than anything. Got another microprocessor. Living slime's pretty pointless. Yeah, it doesn't just need to be anomalous, because anomalous can usually, they used to include those kind of floaty UFO things. It needs to be the things that were introduced with the expedition, well, with purple systems. So things like the let's go in here. Oops, the other side. Things like the hexagon things, or the kind of pyramidal things, dodecahedron-y stuff, and the those coiled spiral things. So I wouldn't necessarily say they were the only anomalous things. I would have said the things that were introduced in Origins were also, but no, it doesn't count those. Right, so we get the basic pre-packaged refiner. I prefer expeditions where they actually give you the pre-packaged refiner rather than make you build a normal small refiner. Personally, I think they should get rid of the small refiner from the game, but I'm pretty sure they're reluctant to do it completely. Actually, first of all, I'm just going to do this, because it doesn't take that long. Then I can get a bit more carbon while I'm worrying about it. So I haven't got that much carbon yet. And the mining beam running out is a case in point. There's some more carbon. Let's analyze it. I think the one of the reasons they might not get rid of the personal refiner totally is because of the the fact that some people might have built it into some bespoke builds. But I'm not sure if builders are that precious about their older builds. If they've used, they'll get over it. You know, they might moan about it. Oh, look, this has ruined my build, but they can always replace it with something else, and it's not going to be the end of the world. Lots of other things have changed like that in the past that we've got over as builders. So I don't really see that as being a major issue. But I think that might be one reason why they might be reluctant to do it. They wouldn't stop duping, for instance, because people would find other ways to dupe. I mean, there's even a way to dupe with the Corvettes at the moment, so... Okay, so that sounded like that was finished. Put that in there for the pure ferrite. And what are we missing for the hermetic seal? Condensed carbon. We can make some of that if we don't spot any. Is there any around? Some carbon over here. That's advanced. Can't be bothered to pick pods off of these things. There seem to be a lot of hazardous plants around. So we're missing metal plating. Hermetic seal, not quite enough condensed carbon yet. Have we got normal carbon to make up for it? Yes, we have a little bit. Okay. Yeah, but you could just as easily change the way to make a personal refiner. You could just in the early game, you could say build a personal refiner and give it the same kind of parts. So I'm replying to that last point there. They serve a purpose at the start of a playthrough, or they could just give it to us. I mean, the early playthrough, I watch an awful lot of players play No Man's Sky, when they first play it in streams. It's kind of something I do when I'm bored and haven't got anything else to watch on YouTube. I'll just watch someone saying I'm playing No Man's Sky for the first time or whatever. And there's no doubt about it, the early game is a little bit confusing for a lot of players. It could easily be streamlined. And it wouldn't take away that much of the feeling of being kind of stuck on a planet. So yeah, I think they could do it, and I think they could do it. I mean, I've often said I think they should totally change the start of the game. I don't understand why the start of the game isn't more like this. Just give us this phase and say, find your ship, repair your thing, do this, do this, do this. Then people can see it's a tutorial, and they can find which bit they want to do. They don't have to do it all in the same order. And then once they're in space, and then this disappears, and they're into the main game. I mean, it's right there. They've got the tools. I don't understand why they're not using them. Alright, so what we didn't do is get any copper, or in this case, quartzite. So we probably need to do that. Is there a better planet in this system to go focus on what I'm doing? Go to discoveries, desolate moon. It might be interesting to see if the expedition visit all of the moons in a gas giant. Is that actually works if we do it in an ordinary giant planet? But the problem with that is it would take a while, and my hunch is it doesn't. So unless anybody has proof that it does work, even though we're not on a gas giant. So desolate, that's probably the best place to go, I think. Where is it? There. I'm not going to get caught in the atmosphere. I didn't think it would work, but thanks for the confirmation, Ignition. I imagine people were doing pathfinding for finding ways of speed running this expedition. And it's worth testing those kinds of things. Someone like Zane would probably have looked at it. He sometimes does pathfinding streams for these things. I agree that you really can mess your experience up a bit. It can give you the wrong impression of the game. It can give you the idea that progression in terms of cash and resources is everything. And then if you suddenly have the maximum number of credits, then you're wondering what on earth that was all about. Why did you even bother? And is there any more to the game? Because you've been so focused on that as your progression. I really do think things like duping and overly generous gifting in the anomaly can totally ruin people's experience. Because you don't really understand how much everything's worth at that point. And how the game's balanced, and how the game isn't balanced, how it doesn't really balance itself unless you play things like survival. See, my immediate thought was it clearly says, oops. My immediate thought was it clearly says in the expedition, where is it? Visit all the moons of a gas giant. It doesn't say of all the moons of a giant. And we are in a system with a planetary anomaly giant, so we're not in the right type of system. So my immediate thought was it wouldn't work. But I knew someone might have tested it and it might have triggered. This is a really rubbish little grubby scene. I'm not getting an awful lot of quartzite out of it. Luckily, quartzite refines really well. Okay, chuck that in there. Actually, I don't want to chuck all of it in there. Let's take 50 out. Does this give us something to launch with? Probably not. Base computer, hyperdrive plans. No, it doesn't. So we're going to need fuel as well. So I'm still going to need more condensed carbon. That's the thing that I just seem to be not getting enough of. Put it all in. Always go and get more carbon. What's it say? Oh, it's saying build it. Well, I got a microprocessor earlier. Oh, I need more than one, don't we? Need 5. Yeah, we need to go and buy that. So, right. So we've got some chromatic metal we can sell. Yeah, it's carbon we're mostly lacking. Did I actually build some antimatter? No, I didn't. So, build some antimatter. Build a housing. Build a warp cell. We can't fuel it yet. Right, so I'm thinking a verdant moon would be a good place to go to get carbon. There we are. Warp to a new system, reach rendezvous 1, acquire a debris rangefinder. Cool. All one step at a time things from now on. So it's just getting a bit of carbon and we can be on our way. He's telling us we could craft microprocessors. I forgot it gave us it, so we could just do that actually. I forgot it gave us the blueprint. So, oh, the game seems to have crashed. Completely crashed. All right. Don't know if it updated or something, but it's... Let's see where it left me. When that stops, you think, oh my gosh, the stream must have gone down too, but that doesn't seem to... The PC seems okay. No, I'm not on experimental at all. I tend to go into experimental to test things. I don't tend to run. I sometimes do if there's a big change that really fixes things. So if there's like something we're struggling with that causes problems and they've fixed it in experimental, I'm more likely to go to experimental. That black hole warp thing, yes, that was a bit weird. That's but the patch should have dropped by now, because a patch dropped yesterday. Right, so I don't necessarily need to do what I was doing. Oh, it's a nasty little... That's better. A little bit of a strobing going on there. Right, so... I just need to get some carbon. I could make that back into carbon. Haven't quite got enough anyway. So I can get 4. So if I go to the space station, I might be able to buy 1. Got a patch just now. Let's have a look. I'm not seeing anything in the depots on... Yeah, we got a patch yesterday, yeah. Oh, isn't it a luxury to be able to go all the way down the end of one of these stations? Ah, didn't quite make it. Have they given us something? They have given us that to start with, so it's not quite... Not quite vanilla. So we need 27,500. What can we sell? We have quartzite I saved. We have all of this. Well, that's almost exactly the amount. So buy... It's weird that we can buy cursed dust in the expedition. Right, this should get us to the anomaly at least. Yeah, I must admit I was a bit surprised to see things, and I thought that wouldn't make a lot of sense in abandoned mode. But you never know what they're doing with abandoned mode. They could easily change it. Is that going in the right direction? Yes, it is. just realised I don't have a drink with me. I do have some cans, so... Right, let's claim our expedition rewards. Pre-packaged Atlantic Drive unit. It doesn't seem to matter. We can put that there, but it gives us another one, it seems. Now, I doubt we get the anomaly instantly. But I think if we land at a space station... Yeah, it's evening there, though, isn't it, Alphas? So fixing yourself a drink is more appropriate than... I suppose it's 2:20 in the afternoon. I'll stick to my caffeinated beverages. Oh, there it is. Right, so let's claim the stuff we've got. That'll take us to the rendezvous. Just had a thought. I wonder if we can... Where am I going? So one thought drove out another, as it were. What are we actually doing here? Yeah, we're going here. I wonder if we can immediately do that pet thing. Use the starship as a bit of storage. Oh, that's a bit broken. What I didn't bring was any fuel. But if we put these in here for now, it will give us a lot more jump range. If we're allowed to jump with 5% fuel. We've got a more efficient, so it might do. Yes, it does. Can anybody confirm if my mic is sounding a bit better today? Because I've been messing around with my mic settings, but I don't know how well it translates to a stream. Oh no, I know what I was going to the space stations for. I was making sure I picked up all of the things, which I haven't done in the previous one, so maybe I'll go back to the previous couple and get the boxes. Cool. I felt like some of my recent recordings, it's been a little bit tinny, and I think some of the streams have probably been suffering with the same thing. And a bit boxy. I don't know how, but my microphone settings were just completely different to how I left them. Something must have changed in some piece of software. Can't even afford that at the moment, but I suppose I've got stuff I can sell now. Can sell those, but let's not worry about that right now. We seem to be get given quite a lot of space, and we're always running into these things. Okay, rendezvous. That's rendezvous 1. I seem to remember that wasn't too far from the spot it took us to. Ooh. Turn that a bit too tight. It's not a bad little ship for maneuverability. I don't know why. I haven't really got any extra maneuverability stuff. It did give me 1 hypercore, so that's handy.
Technology recharged.
Maybe I should have waited until I got a Corvette to spend that, but we can always stay in this for a while. Yeah, what I was wondering while we're stopped in space is whether we could select the adopt an anomalous floating companion this early. We can. So I might do that next and just see what we get there. If we get that out of the way, that's one of the big time sappers. Okay, have I actually got anything for tritium? It could give you a little bit usually, don't they?
Technology recharged.
I've gone out of the rendezvous. There we are. The other thing I need to do is color grade my camera. It's definitely on the red side at the moment. Yeah, there it is. Interesting, last time it I don't think I needed to actually go into the building. I did go into the building. It looks like we do need to. Right, these boxes are going to be handy because we might get some condensed carbon. That's the one thing we're lacking the most. We need that. Yes, we could do this. Residual goop, always useful for gold. And it'll give me a few nanites, which I probably won't use. And we got this. Got the blueprint. So, acquire a range find. We've got all of the ingredients, so we can just make one. In fact, we can just make a number of them, but they take up space because they're not. That should do us. We shouldn't need any more than that. Corvette basic pack. Strange that they give us a mission radar because we can't use it. They should have used it for the expedition in some way. Assemble Corvette class starship and then search the wreckage of a lost Corvette. Fair enough. Probably do that in the opposite order, but oh no, we couldn't because we couldn't get out of the ship. Yeah, I mean, I didn't spend any nanites, I don't think, in the last time I ran it. And as I said, I've seen a few tip videos that saying, oh, make sure you do this to get some nanites. And it's like, I didn't need the nanites. I mean, it makes sense if you want to continue the save. But if like this, you're just running it from your normal save, or in my case, a specific save. Then it doesn't really matter. I don't remember if there was destroy a certain number of asteroids. I think there nearly always is. I think there was. Oh, an anomaly detector. That's handy. Not necessarily for this save, but I can take it back with me. I think I have a few in my other save, but they're always handy. Yes, mine 20 asteroids. So that's in phase 2. And all the Nautilon stuff. Cool. What's that planet? Temperate. You know what? I'm going to do that plan we just talked about. As we've got the warp fuel at the moment, and we've got it all set up in this ship, and we've got the range. Oops. Wrong way. I'm going to see if I can get this creature and get it out of the way. Adopt an anomalous floating creature. Again. We don't need a Corvette for that. And as soon as I go into my Corvette, I won't have the hyperdrive fuel. I need to build some more. Yeah, so adopt viable detected on a nearby world. Might have some clues. Sub-Zero. I think that might be a good clue. Someone's called it anomalous companionship and 75 other bases. So they've named their base after one. So yeah, that will definitely be the planet we want. Better not be daytime only, but I don't think they normally are anomalous things. We got launch fuel. We got a bit, yes. I wonder if we can collect the storm crystals from here, or whether they have to be from the gas giants. We'll check to see if that's counted as one in a second. Right, so there's the creatures. And theoretically, we can chuck bait on the ground and they'll come and pick it up. But I've not seen... Excellent. So, where's my ship? I want to get into my ship quickly. Supreme Defense Systems upgrade. Pre-packaged scatter blaster module. I don't really want that. Pre-packaged shell greaser. So we're running out of space here. We've got one slot left, but never mind. Because we'll have a Corvette soon, and we can put these stuff all out of the way. And I suppose I could put these... in here. Can I install in inventory? Oh, I was just moving it, wasn't I? No, I wasn't. Is it because I've already got one? Not sure what's going on there. Maybe it's giving me another one. What? I've got the neutron cannon, supreme safety override, supreme safety over. They're the same. I've got multiples of things in this save because I've taken things backwards and forwards from expeditions. Oh, that's for a cycle. Oh, that's why. That's for my ship, which I can put in my other ship. Right, so I should put this in my... Let's get rid of that. Maybe I should use up the fuel first. What can we make?
Extreme temperature detected.
I've got an awful lot of stuff I can even bother to make. Let's turn that, some of that in. No, I don't even need... I probably do need some magnetized ferrite at some point, so let's use it for that. I wonder if it gave me that. It doesn't matter, I don't need it. I've got plenty of stuff in here for what we need in this expedition.
Technology recharged.
Right, to a space station. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm just going to get rid of that. Do probably want that. And these can all go in my Corvette. Or at least the expedition's running for long enough, even if it is a shorter one. Do I need to sell? I'm going to sell those. Sell that. We're doing all right. While I remember, I'll go across here. Now we've got a little bit of space. And we'll get a bit more space. Trying to think if I even went to the anomaly much when I ran this previously. I don't think I did. I probably want to keep that, and I want to transfer that when we run out of fuel. In here. Still got a lot of fuel, but I haven't got anything to do with it, so I might have to just scrap it. Right, build a Corvette. Yeah, I don't like really slow frames per second. I don't mind if it's above 60. 120 is ideal. But I'm streaming at the moment. I'm in about 130, 140, so that's a pretty good spot to be. If I'm not streaming, it's a bit faster. Right, so they were here. Let's put them in the workshop so we don't get confused. Right, so that, I mean, I don't know why I would tell people this, but the duping trick is that if you start building a Corvette and you don't actually finish making it, and then you can transfer your stuff from your ship into the Corvette storage, even though it's not there yet. And then when you build your ship, it duplicates it because it's... I can't quite work out how that works, but it duplicates it. Create new Corvette. I think some people were making... Whoops. I think some people were making big Corvettes in the expedition, but I didn't really see the point. Resume previous design. That's right, so... Got a hab. Got a cockpit. Got a landing bay. Got a thruster. Got a photon cannon. A reactor. That's everything, isn't it? That's all we need. Have I got glass? No, I haven't got glass. Oh, I know what it was. They were doing this. They were putting stuff from here. I'll do it anyway, just to demonstrate, but add to collection. It's put all the stuff in the new ship, but there seems to be a bug where it stays in the old ship. We're going to see if it's actually still working. Yeah, so we've now got double of everything if we wanted it. When I do want this, I'm not necessarily going to exploit it, but we've got stuff in there if we need it. So it's a new duplication bug, which is much more efficient than using a duplicating bug for from a what's it called? Can't move that. Can store that. I don't remember if it's got one. Much more efficient than using a refiner. And I don't think that's just expedition. I think you can do that anywhere. If you've got an ordinary ship in your fleet and you build a corvette, I think you can duplicate everything. So we've got loads of space. We've got an Atlanta drive already. So we can dismantle that one. Give us some resources. There's a hyperdrive there. Probably better. I'll do anyway. We have that even though we don't have the right weapon. I'll get it out of the way at least. We have a rocket launcher package, which we can put there. We have... Oh, that's the wrong thing. We have a shield. That's for the mining beam. That's for launch thrusters. Is that the one that goes with launch thrusters? No, it isn't. Actually, I'll put the launch thrusters there. The other way around. I think that's the right way round. Mining beam, pulse engine. So let's put that in here. That'll do. So, I think I'm just going to scrap this because we're really not using the fuel up. we're going to need to get some fuel because we've got hardly any carbon. So the next planet we go to, make sure we get some carbon. Banned weapons, we probably want to sell those. So we're most of the way through, if not finished the first. Let's have a little check where we are. Yeah, we've done the first one apart from search the wreckage of a lost Corvette, so we can do that in this system. Use the debris rage finder. Don't think we're in multiplayer, but I'll check that. But that should be fixed now with the patch anyway. The problems with space travel and the problems with suddenly going through a black hole that we weren't anywhere near. Got the log. It's probably quicker to just do that. Didn't claim that. So that it synergizes with, and probably better off put together. And Captain found on the last walkout says it'll bring us luck. We need it. Cruise has been a waste so far. All the asteroids, just dust and ice. Nonsense, but better than nothing. We chuck those in the thing when we get to the next station. We've completed that phase, but it only gives us a few posters. And we've got some aquajets, which we probably don't need. Yeah, the log part did confuse a few people. Again, it's not super clear, some of this stuff on here. Yeah. Mining laser, I haven't got all the stuff. I haven't got any carbon even. I'll worry about that in a bit. But what I will do is get it out of my log. It's that way, looking at the space station icon instead of the... Okay, so the other one that seems to be confusing problem... Sorry. The other thing that seems to be confusing people is getting to the 1,000 depth. I'm wondering if we're being taken to different spots for the rendezvous. So, for instance, that factory we went to or whatever, but that abandoned building we went to, is it taking us to different abandoned buildings to spread us out around the planet? And the same here, is it going to take us to different spots? Because I got to the 1,000 really quickly. We use a bit of a trick for that, because you can theoretically use the depth indicator. Or if you've got the fishing rig already, you can use that, but I don't think we've got that already. But if they're not all going to the same spot, then they won't all be near deep water. But when I was at the rendezvous, I was very near deep water. Let's make sure we're at the right spot, because this can be a bit deceptive. Someone's even built a base there, so I bet this is probably a good spot. Looks like a base. Do I have the right stuff to build? See, it tells you what the seafloor depth is. There. So in the bottom left-hand corner, it says the seafloor depth is 896. So we could swim around a bit until it said 1,000. First things first, though. Let's see if we do. We need magnetized ferrite, a bit more magnetized ferrite, and we need some dihydrogen jelly. Haven't got quite enough dihydrogen, so we have to go somewhere else anyway. And we can see if we can get the 1,000 without. Yeah, I think you need to take it to 1,001 at least. I'm not seeing 1,000 on this exact spot, so let's get back in. Shit. Oh, we needed to scan a creature that was bigger than a certain size as well, didn't we? See, it's telling us 838 meters here for units. Probably feet, maybe. Do we have any dihydrogen here? No, we don't. We could theoretically make some, but it's probably easier to just pop to another planet and get some quickly. Which means we won't be in the same spot again, but even more a demonstration of how you can find the deep spot. So that's Scarlet. That's going to have plenty of... Because I want to get some carbon while I'm here as well. I'm very scarce on basic resources at the moment. Needed those. See you in a bit, Alphas. Doesn't look like the best place to gather carbon. Some dihydrogen to shoot would be nice. Of course, it won't be the same colour. Get the oxygen, and that looks like dihydrogen. Good place to gather ferrite dust, at least.
Weather warning. Incoming
The storms correct some of the filters, so the storms can sometimes help you find things that have got colour. Like all of a sudden we can see dihydrogen. I don't think you can shoot the sodium. We can shoot for oxygen, and oxygen will give us carbon. I.e. not oxygen plants, but the we can shoot the hazardous flora. Got hydrogen there. Hazardous flora there. Another one there. Another one there. How much oxygen? We got a bit. Probably be in my starship, won't it? Got a bit more. Not enough to really do much here. We need more than one carbon. I should have saved that. Okay, let's do some of the oxygen. Right, get a bit more oxygen while we're here. Can't see a thing now, though. There's some oxygen. I'm not getting an awful lot, but at least I'm not suffering the environment. No, you can have my illegal goods if you want. Let's land in this cave and get a decent amount of oxygen. You tried using the Titan cockpit for Corvettes. I've looked at each of them. I just prefer the in general, I prefer the Ambassador stuff. I like the alien aesthetic. Still haven't sorted out my advanced mining laser. There might be a good time to do that. So we haven't got the wiring looms. We could do everything else. I didn't mean to do two, but I can't remember how many you need, just the one. I think you needed more one of these, didn't you? No, you didn't. Okay, so it's just the wiring limbs. So that's partly done now. Ow. Sodium, not what I want. I want oxygen, but I can see a few more over there. Get a bit of carbon and make some life support gel. This is really not the place for carbon, though. There must be a carbon-giving plant somewhere, but and they're usually quite generous plants if there's hardly any trees. This is the kind of thing that you usually have to do if you play the expedition in harder modes. You have to do a lot of just quickly pop into caves and mining for things. It's overkill for sodium. I don't think I'm going to need this much sodium, but for oxygen, because we're lacking carbon, Oh, I've been muted. I'm not quite sure when I muted. I mean, I was basically talking to myself, as I normally do when I'm streaming. But I think you can see what I was up to. Getting a few resources and making the sub. Did I speak at all on that last planet? I think I was coughing at some point. I need to set up now. The Stream Deck allows a virtual Stream Deck on your screen. I need to set that up on the screen so I can see it more prominently when I'm muted. So the seafloor here is 755. That's getting more shallow. That's getting deeper. So if we go this direction, which is coincidentally the direction we're pointing. Now, come on, show me the screen. 720. That's not as good. Usually, what you would do is look for islands and avoid them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into my ship and look from above. Should be high enough to see the lay of the land. Yeah, maybe a little bit higher than that. So what we're looking for is a nice clean area of water. This isn't the cleanest area of water. This may not be the best spot on the planet. No, this is even worse. I could theoretically try mining down, but that's a long way to mine. Right, let's go to a better spot. all a little bit similar. Maybe there? It's an interesting exercise, if nothing else, of how to find deeper water on these places. So this is looking pretty promising. There's no islands anywhere near me, rather. Come on, tell me that depth. 627. It's going down. It's going up. $670. 700. $750. 780. 800. 900. I've only just started hunting the depths, really, because I didn't really have my Nautilon to hand, so I had to go into another planet and get a few resources. I've just gone past the deepest spot, so 900 and 922. Let's change direction if you couldn't tell. But that's about as deep as we're going to get just here. Let's build the Nautilon, go down there and maybe mine for the rest. So... we might find a little local minimum spot. Got the mining thing. Just have to bash into things if they're in the way. So the most deepest I can get here is about that. So if we terrain manipulate from here, that looks like the thing is not quite low enough. Hang on, let me just get my life support up. 970. Don't want to go too far this way. Let's get back in my sub and go this way. It's definitely getting a bit lower there, though.
Thermal protection falling. Life support power low.
No, I don't need any free units, thanks. You don't really need units for this expedition. 992, we're so close.
Suit power cells depleted.
Yay, there we go. So that's one way of doing it. Alright, let's get those crystal things. And claim that. I keep skipping out of the thing when it offers me to give me new slots and things. Sea glass 1.
Life support offline.
Sub can be tricky to spot sometimes. Let's get my life support back up first.
Technology recharged.
You get out of it, and then you
Protection falling.
swim along, and you look around, you can't see where you left it. I know there's an icon, but when you're in the deep sea, you just think, I need to get it back in right now. So how many of these do we need? 5. I bet we can scan for them as well, can't we? Yes. So it looks like there might be a line just there. That's approximately south. Scan again. Don't know why they're quite so fast spaced. I'm sure it's not picking up all of them. You would have thought they'd be closer together than this. See again, where did I put my sub? Supposedly
Life support power.
should be an icon, but it's not even an icon on my thing.
Thermal protection falling.
Do you find the depth sounds quite soothing? I guess it's a bit like womb music.
Suit power cells.
Oh, a minute. Really doesn't like it down here, does it? Good job I gathered some oxygen. Still haven't made any life support gel, but There's another one. Was that 4? Yeah, one more, and then we can get out of this depth. Come on, there must be another one somewhere. Oh, well, it looks like I might have to scan again, at least give me a direction. Oh, there's one right here. Cool. It's not showing a line at all. I've already gathered that one. Is the sea glass just not spawning properly? It's not, is it? That the texture's not there. But maybe they've just made it almost impossible to see now. Maybe that's deliberate? I don't know. It used to be like a crystal. Yeah, I don't mind the blur. There's something quite relaxing about being in the deep sea. In this game, I think I'd find it terrifying in real life, but it would certainly exclude a lot of people that have got phobias of the sea. I know there's a lot of people that find the sea unnerving. I'm pretty sure that's not quite the same as a phobia. Well, I was closer than that. See, look, people talk about the Nautilon being slow. I wonder if they're using a different control system, because this has just got one X-Class module. One S-Class module and drive, nothing else. And we can even, whoops, we can even pulse if I remember the right button. I really don't think it's slow. Used to be terribly slow. Did I pick up the landed now. I think I did pick up the spawning thing, yeah. If I didn't, it's not there anyway, it's somewhere else. They've rejigged the Nautilon twice, actually. Like, they made it faster. They made it easily fast enough for in my opinion. And then they made it faster again because people were still complaining it was slow. Still haven't done that. We need to go to the space station and buy some. While we're doing that, I know it's not moving at the moment, but we'll just grab that. Mining beam module ×2. Where are they? There they are. I didn't know there was a bug where it went over ground. I know that you can roll it onto the ground sometimes if you get a bit of speed up. So I feel like we're already doing a little bit better than last time. We're progressing through these things quicker. We just need to find a wreck and then we can move on to the next phase. If only I'd remembered to bring some more microprocessors. Not microprocessors, wiring looms. I say I did bring some microprocessors. A stack of wiring looms is an essential to bring with you. Probably don't even need all 4 of those, but I'll just get a couple of extra. Let's rearrange this a bit. Doesn't really matter how good we are at mining at this stage. We don't need that now. Don't need that now. We can put that there. So it's just this debris, and then we can... I imagine we can use these debris things in every system, so I don't think we need to be in a specific system to get these. You could probably get all 5 at once. But I think they're staggered, aren't they? So you'd have to do each phase to unlock each of those before you did all 5 at once. I still have a thing where I bump slightly forward whenever I take off. And often when I pulse I do that as well. I kind of do that. Oops, I didn't actually activate the thing. Oh, no fuel. Come on. Where's the wreck? Where have I? Where have I lit? That's right above me. I thought I went behind. I thought I went above it, not below it. Maybe I twisted. There's it. That's over there. Okay, going from bad to worse. Can't wait to get home. Navigation distorted, nothing but static, warping, but just empty systems, lost in some abandoned sector, question mark. Whoa, overshot. I need to make sure I've got a bit more tritium at some point. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't put it in my head what I was looking for. Bit of life support gels. I don't have to make any. That's cool. Might as well put the trail in just to make us look a bit different. And then we can move on. So, reach the third rendezvous. We should be able to jump it quickly. Oops. Am I imagining it, or was one of the rendezvous not a purple system? I can't remember now. I think one of them might have been yellow. It's probably not this one. Why is it telling me to do that? I don't need to do that yet. Right, so... Wreck. Biological horrors. Derelict. Tendrils. Crusher grubs. Keep an eye out for a grub. Apparently the grub, you don't have to kill it. You can just crush it and run away. Unless they've changed it. Right, so let's try using that technique I was using in the last time I did this, where I stop high up and then use my rocket to find the location. To be above it, otherwise it won't recognize it. Could even be that one that's right under me there. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just there. So, got that one. Are there grubs on this planet? It doesn't look like it. Might be tendrils on this planet. One right next to the rendezvous. They seem to be stuck on the terrain. That's not quite in the terrain, that one. We want 2 more. Doesn't say how far away that is. It's probably away. We might need to land or get back in my ship. That's handy. My ship's just here.
Temperature levels stabilizing. There's one right in front of me as well. Where is it? I can't see it. Ah, there it is. Let's just crash into this, sends us backwards. No, it didn't work. Sometimes it is easier to be on the ground, I think. Let's take him out from my from the back of my Corvette. Am I not getting... No, I don't think I'm getting it. Oh, maybe I was. That'll do. So next we want the kill biological horrors. We've got 4. We should have just kept shooting them while we were down there. But there are loads that we don't even need to worry about that yet because we can do that at the next spot. So completely explore a derelict freighter. We'll do that next. We have a emergency signal scanner. Good night, Ignition. Good to see you. Now, this time I won't make the mistake of trying to jump. Because they seem to have changed it and I dropped like a stone last time. Make sure the neutron cannon's fully charged. It looked like it was. I think some derelicts are not necessarily super cold. It's like a random environmental thing. Yes, because they don't have the blood. Better off going through to these just in case. Nope. Don't really need to scavenge anything. That way. I thought they showed up on the scanner, but it didn't. There we go. Now we can just run through the rest. And we got the right weapon for it this time. Oh. Didn't even spot them. I'm pretty sure you do need to do the things, but I'm not 100% sure. But I presume you have to do all three. Oh, inventory full. That's not good. Don't need that. Don't need that. I'm not... Actually, I will probably take those with me. I don't really need these. Make sure, just in case that confuses the system. We don't have that, it might not register. I've just gone for the purple door, didn't I? Didn't need to do that. Super cold, I'm referring to. This is probably a cold one, but some are not as cold. You don't get as many. You don't get that environmental issue where you're always having to find ways to get warm on all of them.
At least someone said that the other day. I won't name them just in case they're wrong, but they said that the other day, and I have a feeling they might be right. Doing that, keep going through them. Let's just make sure we're... To be honest, this one doesn't seem super cold. I mean, I've got protection. Where's the door? Over there. The other thing that some people didn't do the fabricate items, they hit fabricate nanites. You do seem to have to do the bulkhead, not bulkhead, the Corvette modules. We're just reading instead of saying what I mean. Right, that way. Get in my ship, and then we'll claim the reward. Is there one on either side? No. It does help if you've got a neutron cannon, so you can just dispatch the crawlies. You need to install that so we can do the thing. So it's an exosuit, isn't it? It doesn't give us one, does it? It just... $230, $248, $256, $233. No, all my ones are better than that. Another wiring loom, I guess. Maybe it wasn't wiring loom. I didn't read what it gave. Is there a fixed layout? No, there's a different layout every system, and there's a different message. You get about 2 or 3, maybe 3 different messages in a region. So you have to go to lots of regions to see all of them. Each region will have different denizens. So some of them will just have no creature at all. Some of them will just have the slime on the walls and the doors, but no creatures attacking you. Some of them won't have any slime at all and no creatures. Some of them will have the ceiling mounted cannons and the sentinels. Some of them won't. So there's quite a lot of variables, and the layout is a variable too. I don't need to go to this space station. What I need to do is get the hazmat workers. We need sodium nitrate, so put that in there. Not all of it. Yeah, it's quite rare to see security and the creepy crawlies. It can happen, but it's quite rare, and they won't usually be in the same room, I don't think. I don't think they are ever in the same room, to be honest. Vile brood, that'll do. Oh, got a crash again. Second crash in a row. This particular patch doesn't seem very stable. See where we were. Better not still be on the derelict and have to run it all over again. I presume it would have auto-saved. I didn't jump out of my ship when I got out of it, though. At least I can see what my time is now. Oh, no, I can't. I can't see what my time is because I didn't take a note of how much time I was playing before I started. Never mind. Right, so it looks like when I stop pulsing towards the space station, so I probably still have to get the sodium nitrate. I didn't actually need as much as I thought. 20, so we can stop it. So now we can grab these. Biological horrors and the crusher grub. It's a crusher grub I'm going for. Biological horrors we can do at the next rendezvous. Unless we see a building. There's a building. Is it the right type of building? No, they don't have anything around them. Let's set a path. And look out for a grub. Oh, we're going a bit faster than I thought. Let's go on the back plate. Yeah. Crush a grub. It says a nearby word. I thought it said that these had... did I go by the wrong sign? No, Barbary, isn't that... Maybe we have to get onto the surface. Maybe we had this last time. Didn't start scanning until we're on the surface. Yeah. $400. I might as well run it. I think I have a feeling last time it didn't let me do it from the Corvette either. Don't know if we need this, but it's right there. It'd be rude not to. Probably land my ship right next to it so I can just crush it and go.
Pick it up. Brush it. And I'm pretty sure, yep, as soon as we get in our ship, we get the reward. We don't have to do anything. That's another quick one. Why wasn't it letting me click that? No inventory full. Yeah, I'm suffering a bit of an inventory issue here. Let's get rid of that. Presumably we've got a ferrite here as well. Yes, we have. We really don't need the cash, and we can't do anything with them otherwise. So okay, let's get the inventory. Yeah, I saw that on, I think it was Zane's tip video. You don't have to actually fight them. They feed, so the biological horrors, we didn't see them, but we can get them on the next one. Okay, so another wreck. And really, I should be dropping off some of these parts, even though I'm probably not going to use them. I can delete those as well. Let's delete that. Hang on. Get rid of that. I don't really need those. Don't know why it just gives me a wonder projector to put down. You never know. You never know. Probably don't need those. Definitely don't need that. Definitely don't need that. What's this? Personal force field. Don't really need that either. So where's the wreck? I just want to see if you can shoot these. It says no damage being done. I keep going backwards. Yeah, we don't even need the parts. And I'm not worried about the parts. Captain's found, oh no, that's not the one. Captain gone, tried to wake them from their watch, no sign of them, nothing on the cameras, door logs are normal, no kit missing, where are they, where are they? I think that was the first one. I think that was the second one. That was the third one. Unless I had another one, no I didn't. So collect that reward. More pre-packaged stuff. Paralysis mortar, that's handy for the squid later. Doesn't give me anything to do. Yes, it does. I've got one plasma. Atarius. this the yellow system? See, it parks right here. And I was finding it really difficult to come back to. But I don't really want to go straight through it. So I will do this trick I did last time and use the hyperdrive. It's quicker anyway to get back there that way. So I need to remember when I get here to actually get the biological horrors that I haven't killed from last time. So if I just jump in and then get back in my ship, I'll have missed out on that. What else can we do here while we're looking? Storm crystals. Didn't do the crystal sulfide when we could have done. Visit all the moons. So this is still a purple system then. It's going to stop. This isn't the best planet to be getting the horrors on, but I don't want to beam down. What am I doing? I suppose I can scan while we're here. Someone's built a base there. 850 towards the northeast, is that? Yeah. Somewhere over there. Yeah, there is food that combats cold. One of the ice creams, I think maybe all of the ice creams, if you're using the nutrient thing. I've just flown way past it. Alright, let's use my flying beast. That's why we got it after all.
Let's get this thermal protection situation sorted before we do anything else. I did bulkhead module and got credit. Not quite sure what you mean. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes more sense, although I'm not quite sure what we were doing 10 minutes ago, but... So that's this phase, the phase we've already... Why did it not let me do that? I've already got it. Yes, I must have. So we got that. And another wreck. Well, glad you're watching either way. I can't pronounce your name, but I'll go for it. Heklejid, or I don't know, that might not be anything like it. Could be Legid. Who knows? Over there. We saw them, they, out the airlock, just floating there. Could hear them singing. Get us home, please. Heckle. Is it Heckle? Or Heckle? Or Heckle? Okay, so that's going to the wrong page there. So we can do the storm crystals here if we wanted to. We can't do that unless we go to the right spot. Pretty sure we can do some of these in the next system. Spacewalking the black hole takes us to the next system. Visit all the moons. So let's visit all the moons. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a bit like a siren call. And something is singing to them. Mark Moon. No, we'll go to that one first, because it's right there. And we all know it's difficult to get from one moon to another. Faust Miner. Are any of the other ones? No, none of the other ones seem to be literary references. Probably just need to get out of the cockpit. We do. There's another one there. I brought them with me. I'm doing this one from an expedition save. I have a save that I run all of my expeditions from. So I just brought them with me. Because I've done the expedition before. I did it just in a vanilla save, just doing it straight last time. And I got very frustrated with it towards the end because there just seemed to be a lot of fetch stuff. So I thought I would try and speed up the rest of it. So I brought all of the stuff to make these, and I brought plenty of stuff to hyperdrive around. Hang on. No. It looked like it was telling me, like, are there any of these others activated? That's activated. That's activated. This isn't. And that isn't. So we can, yeah, we can get the storm crystals on one of the other worlds as long as a storm starts up. Which might be easier than the gas giant. I've been to that moon I'm about to pass. Is that the one I've already been to? Let me just check as I pass it. So it'd be a shame to waste the time pulsing. No, I haven't been to that one yet. And no, it's not one of the ones that has the activated quartzite. Yeah, there's very few items you really do need in this. This is one of the reasons why I find this expedition just a little bit frustrating, is that they have made it a little bit too long. Some of the fetches just seem to be a little bit too... Like, for instance, the radiant shards. We don't need all those radiant shards. Why ask us to pick up so many? Why 7 storm crystals and not 5? It just feels a little bit over the top. Have I got turned around now? Have I been to this one? Pez, that one. No, I haven't been to that one yet. It's not ending a week early. This is the thing. It was always ending on that date. I had to... right at the beginning of the stream, I was explaining this because people are just going a little bit crazy over that information. It was always going to end on the 6th. I have some theories, but I'm going to save that to... I'm going to make a video about my theories of what, because that's more of a speculation video thing. There is apparently another expedition or something at least starting on the 7th, but this was always due to finish on the 6th. The YouTube titles do suggest it because they genuinely thought it, and they genuinely do seem to believe it. But they're getting confused because in the... Let's jump out of my ship a second because I was explaining this, but it's easier to just point to it. If we go to... If we go out and we go into play and we go to a new save here, the 8 days remaining thing, that is always really inaccurate. So that probably started off saying 3 weeks, but it probably immediately went to 2 weeks after a day or so. And then when it got to 10 days, it went to 10 days. But they're always really inaccurate. I think it rounds up. So the number of weeks it will round up. And so it confused everybody. And Hello Games did say that it would be approximately 3 weeks. Now, 2 weeks and a day isn't approximately 3 weeks. So something else is going on there. But this was literally, they haven't changed anything. This is the situation we've been in since the expedition dropped. There's a bit of a mystery, I grant you that. But they haven't changed anything. And you can tell because there's a little file that goes in our save folders. And it tells you, if you go into that file, it gives you a date in a universal timestamp format. You can tell when it's going to finish, and it said the 6th. Done that one. Done that one, so it's just this one. Then I should maybe go back to one of the ones that has activated quartzite and see if we can get the storm crystals there. But I guess it might be just as easy to go to the gas giant like we did last time. We've hardly surveyed every moon. We've visited every moon. And where are the rocket boots? Best thing to do with rocket boots? Delete them. let's go to the gas giant, because it's right here. It's easier to get to. We don't have to go around the planet to get to them. It's got that thing where the momentum's stopping. It's got the rubber banding effect, which I think is a bug. It's immediately stopping. Come on, there must be a storm crystal around here somewhere. That's one. And another one over there. Yeah, I do know a trick, but again, I'm going to make a video about that. Just because I do know a trick. I haven't told anybody yet. I'm going to make a video because it's actually, I've already recorded it and it was quite a fun thing to record. So, in general, I think it would be a bit of a shame to spoil it now. It's a silly little video. But sometimes we need to have a bit of fun in this game. There's some hints in the game files, the way that they've set up some things, that they might be introducing variable gravity. We all know gravity's a bit steeper in this planet, so things drop a lot quicker. But there's only 3 types of gravity. There's the gravity we get on moons, like the abandoned planets and moons. There's gravity we get on normal systems, and there's gravity we get on these planets. And then you've got anomalous gravity, which is the same as moons, really. But there's some hints that they might be setting up a system where they can actually vary the gravity. I'd be interested to see if they do that. It'd be really nice if we could get different gravity on different planets at different sizes. Even though there technically aren't many sizes, there's only really a couple of different sizes of planets. 3, maybe 4. But they could go by the radius and do it that way, which is not quite the same as the size of a planet, because it's based on terrain. Suggesting one behind me is... That's quite close. We'll go for that. Yeah, I mean, as I say, if you go to a mountainous planet, for instance, then technically it has a different radius because of the way the terrain system works. So I can imagine mountainous planets having higher gravity, but they don't. There's no mechanism for that to happen at the moment. So that technically is the same size as a flat planet, but the radius would be different. And it seems as if the size we see in the Wonders catalogue here, the sizes we see here are based on terrain as well as the size of the planet. So we have that size of planet, that size of planet, that size of planet, and that size of planet. I think there's 4 different sizes, which we can see here. So these are that's the same as that, same as that. Then they're a little bit bigger. Then that's a bit bigger, and these are bigger still. Right, I'm going to go through. I think we've done everything that we're going to do on this system. We can do that in the next system. We can do that in the next system. And we might as well spacewalk. And as soon as we can galaxy jump, quickest way to get to the black hole is to jump out and jump back in. So we'll go to there. Hi, Tiavor. I'd love to mark more than one target. Yeah, it'd be nice. Or, even better, or just as good, if we could go into here. Oops, not here. If we could mark a planet here, say for instance that one, and then it actually showed up down there on the radar thing in the middle of the screen. If it showed up there, that would be excellent, but it doesn't. It doesn't show us anything. It just says there's a planet over there. It's probably that one. Galaxy. Right, back to where we were, which was this one. Last time I accidentally went through this. I need to be careful I don't get too close to it. Before I get out of my cockpit. Yeah, they've really improved things like that. Especially, I mean, they had to, because gas giants were just such a pain. Being able to mark planets was an excellent quality of life. One of the best quality of lives we've had for ages. Okay, so people didn't seem to realise this. I've seen a lot of people talking about, I went for a black hole and now I can't find the rendezvous. And I reckon they went for a different black hole. They went to a black hole system. The rendezvous 4 black hole, if you walk through it, leads to rendezvous 5. That's how it's supposed to work. Let's have a look what else we've got to do. Do the wreck. Discover creatures on the final world. Gather polished stone. Reassemble complete skeleton. This is the makeshift. This is the fetch questy one. It seems to me. It's all a little bit. Do a load of different, very random stuff. Is this the system, the yellow system? No, it's also purple. Could have sworn there was one that was yellow. That one. So we're going 3.5 hours. I didn't start it straight away, but I did it within the first quarter of an hour. So depends how quickly we can do these little fetches. I'd like to do it in my normal 4-hour benchmark of how long it should take to do these things. When you're not speed running, which I don't do. So it's definitely over there somewhere. Is that it? That's quite likely, I think. So is this the final planet? Expedition. Yes, I've got one of them, so it's the final planet. So it's actually not all of the creatures. It says... It just says discover creatures. It doesn't say all. I think there are 9 on here. I hate these things. They're really difficult to get the right spot. There's some up there somewhere. And one just over there. Oh, right beside me. You know what? I could be flying. Heading back towards my ship, which is over there.
It's weird how for instance, if I look to my right and then I go out and then go back in, I'm still looking to my right, which is really odd. It's really disconcerting when that happens. Oh, there's probably underwater creatures, aren't there? Hang on, let's have a quick look. Underwater. So, okay, so let's hang around on this pond. Might get one or two of them at least. And then we'll go to deeper water if not. Why is it not picking that up? Oh, it's probably just below that line. Sometimes you can make more fish spawn if you just get a bit lower. No, we have to go to deeper water if we can do it that way. So it's quite an interesting planet. One rare ground, one common flying. There's flyers behind me. And I can't turn all the way that way around without turning. And by the time I turn around, I can't see them. Let's get on high ground. That often helps with... There's one. So the 6, we only need the 2 underwaters, so we might as well see if I left any fuel in my ship. Yes, I did. So, deeper water. Just a little bit paranoid that I'm going to just about to run out. I was on 3%. Actually, did I have any hyperclusters? No. do.
Technology recharged.
So where was I going? What was I doing? Should probably put some of these modules in. Get them out of the way, if nothing else. Why is it saying that I haven't got any creatures now? Was I not on the right planet? It doesn't look like I was. But that's where I just was, wasn't it? Yeah. I should have 6, and it's saying I've got none. Is it because I'm no longer on the planet? It's getting confused. Don't say it's broke on me. I can't finish it. Didn't collect that one. And for some strange reason, this seems to give us slots, but I've got maximum storage reached. I utter it all the time. It's very easy to distract yourself. We underestimate how much we're doing at all times when we're playing this game. And how many screens we have to juggle for no real reason other than their user interface is a bit rubbish. Right, now I should have them. Yes, I've got them. So it just wasn't doing the count properly when you're not on the planet.
Life support power low. Technology recharged.
Quite a deep planet. Quite deep water. Over 100, which is... I mean, it's a purple system, so it can have different rules, but they didn't used to have over 100 on normal planets. I'm not going to bother with the parts. I suppose I could take those back because they are actually the new parts, but it doesn't really matter because you can craft them anyway. I suppose I could take that back because it's actually worth some money.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Collect that. something else to collect that we haven't done. We still need to do the crystal sulfide, which we could do here. If we can get somewhere not quite so deep.
Extreme night temperature detected.
See, again, this is a little bit too fetchy for me. It's like, fetch 8. So, that, yes, we get 3 on each one, and they're not that hard, but why 8? Why not just 6? Then we could just find a couple. Wouldn't be so bad if we needed them for something. Nice sea, though. Gives you an excuse to go to the seas and have a look. Is this one actually going to be closer? They often aren't. No, that one is closer. That makes a change. Looks like it might be in a cave, though. I just destroyed it, I think. I tried to miss it. I think I got it anyway. I don't know, I think they wanted it to be a bit fetch questy. It's just I think they went a little bit too far. For the end, I mean, you get to the last system and you suddenly have to look for loads of things. It just feels like it's kind of frustrating. I found it the most frustrating thing about it last time. I'm a bit more prepared this time. I knew that I was going to have to do it, but let's find one that's probably on the surface. Even if we have to go a bit further. It's not on the surface. At least it's round here. No, it's not. Let's try not to destroy this one. Just want 2 more. There we go. Get out of the hole. Didn't get out of the hole in time. So we collect that one. Repackage optical drill. See, why do we need that? I mean, yes, it sets up a save, I suppose. See, that's potentially what they're trying to do, set you up in a save with lots of stuff. So that could be one logic behind it.
Extreme night temperature detected.
So let's get the wreck while we're in space. Then we can... finish that off, finish that sequence off. Keep going slightly too fast. Because I think it's the scale that puts me off. I expect wrecks to be huge because they're usually freighters. They all followed the music one by one. The lights called them alone now. I hear the song now too, even when I sleep. I'm so lonely. When help? Reborn in song complete. So what were the others called? Door to the Stars, Lost in Time, The Fate of the Stars, Frail Bodies, Reborn in Song. We rearrange that in a minute, but depends on which thing we're doing. And optical drill for no real reason. Okay. And gather polished stone, reassemble a complete skeleton, catch your first 5 fish, and the radiant shard. Let's do the radiant shards then. So that's going to be... I think it was it there? No. Dissonance. None of the others. No. So we go there. And 16 radiant shards feels a little bit too many as well. Yep, 5 rate. I think I brought 1 spare just in case. So yeah, I've got 1 extra. I think we had to make 1, didn't we? In order to complete that early stage. So I brought 5 with me. I brought enough for 10, to be honest, but we don't want to use up all that space in our inventory. Because you can only stack them in 1s, which isn't exactly a stack, but you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's kind of the point, Heckle. I feel like
It was partly a reminder of things that they've introduced in the game and that people may have kind of done once and they're not worried about. Nice flat open area. Nice terrain. Again, it's reminding us about the terrain of the purple systems, how different it is. This is an ordinary sized planet, but it's got some nice wide open spaces and some mountains. Might as well get the polished stone because that'd be easier. And while we're running around getting the polished stone, keep an eye out for... This is what I didn't do last time, as I didn't multitask. So if I head towards the radiant shards and at the same time keep an eye out for the polished stone, get off this rocky area. Not gonna... That's non-destructible, but that one's destructible. That's not a radiant shard. So just pick another radiant shard, head towards it, get some polished stone on the way. If we can see another radiant shard, there's one. Okay, we've done that. We actually activate the... Let's get that, by the way. Pretty sure we can't multitask all three. I don't think this is a... Oh, it is Ancient Bones as well. We could do all three at once. So if we do that... That's far too far away. Okay, so Radiant Shard. Oh no, hang on. We now have... No, it's still a long way away. Let's go back to that one. There's one there, I can see. And one there. Ow. I'm thinking the only way to multitask this now is to actually head towards some polished stone. Not some polished stone, so towards some bones. So let's go somewhere else, because we're a bit far away from this. Now, last time I was really lucky. I found one cluster. Wasn't on this planet. And I got all of the things I needed. Right, let's head in that direction. Oops, I didn't mean to get out, but never mind, we'll scan while we're here. It's not saying they're on this planet now because I'm not on the surface. Some over there. There we are. Wouldn't let me build the fossil thing in here. I bet it doesn't. Oh, it does. Maybe it doesn't. And there we are. That's a nice little cluster. Never seen so many of these in one place. So let's see. I think we can just do this. Oh, we need some pure ferrite. Surprised we haven't still got some, but where's my ferrite gone? There. Gather a tail, a ribcage, skull, ribcage, tail, and limbs. Activate a target switch. We've got all the bits. So why isn't it talking me through? Oh, one of two limbs, that's why. That's far enough to run. Ow. Should be looking for radiant shards while I'm here. Yeah, there's one. That's not limbs anyway. What can I delete? I can delete that. I don't need those anymore. Don't really want crystal sulfide.
They're not limbs. They're not limbs. Cheerio. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Just one thing. 4 legs. That should do us. Right, so radiant shard over here. What is that? It's a couple. There's another one. See, these are a little bit frustrating. They just take a little bit longer than you really want them to. Now I've even run out of things to multitask with them, but I guess we did those other 2 things while we were looking for them. Oh, a nice little cluster of at least 2, maybe 3. Maybe 4. No, just the 3. That's closer. This terrain is awkward. You might as well fly. Nine. Now we've got a storm coming. Also, I don't think it points out all of them. I think last time we spotted a few that were closer, that weren't showing up on the scanner. Ten. 11. seeing any more in the area. So 5 to get. There's some. Let's just run around on that one. Ah, into the wrong thing. Let's do another sweep. Come on, there we go. It look like there are a few here. I'm hoping there are. One. 2. Yes, they're all here. 3. That was lucky. That shows how different people's experiences can be as well. If you imagine you came to this planet and you found that cluster and then found another cluster, you'd be done pretty much. So you'd think, well, what's the problem with that? Why is it a problem that there are so many to gather? Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Collect the fishing rig. Collect the radiance. Collect that reward. So we're on the home stretch, I think. Delete that. I don't really need the radiant shards. I can get rid of that one. I don't need the Mordite. It doesn't look like I'm going to need the residual goop. So we just need to catch the fish and defeat the jellyfish. I'm presuming there wasn't any sea on this planet. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, that has sea, that has better sea. Let's go there. The original planet, the end planet. Oops. It's Amnaon, or whatever it is. That one. This should be over pretty quickly now because we've got a neutron cannon. So what are we on now? We're on 4 hours 20. Probably took us about 15 minutes to get started. Yeah, it's about the normal, telling for time for a
came across my first Stone Guardian effigy on this expedition. Excellent. They are nice to find. If you've never seen one before as well, you kind of get a nice idea of the scale. It's going to take longer to get there than it is to fish, he says optimistically, knowing how awkward the fishing can be on this. Disorientated there. Let's turn ourselves over. We might need to wait until we can see the sea properly anyway. But it feels like we are better off fishing in the shallows for this one. It felt like every time I managed to catch it, it was from the shallows. Last time around. Let's get out of here. This storm is terrible. Wait until the storm finishes. Can't see a thing. Whoops. We haven't got a skiff to fish from. Oh, there's some land over there. We haven't got the bits now because they're all in the ship. Landing corvettes on water is a pain.
Right, so land at about 10 o'clock. That probably isn't the best land to use, that one there, but this one probably will be okay. It's got that same cave issue that the other one, so we better not release the thing here. We could have that problem we had last time where I had to reload. I don't think bait's necessary, but we'll find out. Actually, let me just double check I've got some space in my exosuit. Yes, I have. Well, I got it straight away then. Just the jellyfish. Come on. Guess I could have been putting the fish on the hook. Sometimes wonder if that's what makes it dredging. I don't think so. That kind of pulling it along thing. I think it just means fishing without bait in this game. Okay. It's not taking it out of the line when I go into the inventory or into the, because that used to take it out sometimes, and especially going into this, that definitely used to. Okay, we've got the 5 fish. Which I can just get rid of. Let's put the bees on the line just in case it does need something on the line. I don't know if it does. That'll do. This is the bit that can take a while. Incoming storm. The male voice almost sings some of those things. Yay! Okay, let's not do it here because this is a rocky, awkward place. don't have to do it on this awful planet. We could do it somewhere else. So if we look on the... Right. That's got water. That's got water, and that's got water. That's normal, that's normal. But that's probably the most normal. Yeah, it looks like it's got storms at the moment, though. I think storms are synchronized across planets, which is odd. So we just want the smallest of ponds. And for the storm to stop. And then we can finish the expedition. So we've got that. Don't really need that though. Don't need these anymore. Just want better visibility so I can pick my spot for a fight. See, this isn't too bad. It's quite a flat spot here. And there's the water we need. I'd like the storm to finish, but I just want to get it done with, so I'm going to go for it. Easy with a better weapon. Oh, they're not. I was thinking they were still coming after me then. And that's it. And now the storm clears. We've got a bit of space. Finally done. Got that. Gives me some fireworks that I don't really use, but we could set them off now to celebrate, I guess. Let's do that. I quite like them, but I don't really keep them or use them very often. I like the fact they exist in the game. Where are they? Shows you how little I know about. Oh, it's because I'm too close to my Corvette. That's what it is. Okay, back to the anomaly. The last errand stuff. Expedition complete. So we really want to put that in the other thing so we can easily transfer it. Maybe take that with us. Maybe take those with us. See how much space. I don't really want to do the whole jumping backwards and forwards thing. I know some people take everything back, but this save has got quite a lot of resources. It's not really that vital. I've done so many expeditions with this save now. So, oh yeah, maybe take some technology back. So, take the parts, even though they're buildable. Because we don't have to build them if we've got them. Is that all of them? And because it's an expedition save, I do like to take back the souvenirs, so I like to take these things back. I just store them, I don't do anything with them, but it's kind of... It's quite nice to have a save that has all of them in them. I'll take some of these back. It's not important if I run out of space. Definitely want to take that back because that's a lot of money. Oh, I didn't take that. Polystone we can do without. Shattered qualia we can do without. Radiant shards probably have a load. They're always nice to have. That's always nice to have. I guess storm crystals, I've probably got loads of those, but we might as well take them as we're running out of other things. Might as well take the repair kit. And more repair kits. Microprocessors back, perhaps. Living glass, platinum. Let's take the microprocessors back. Okay. So technology we want to take back with us. We can bring that back with us. Oops. Why can't I collapse that? Oh, it's got stuff in it probably. So get rid of that. Still can't collapse it. Store? No, I can't store it. But it lets me anyway, even though it doesn't say I can. I don't really need those. Nothing there I really want. I take my S-Class things back with me. Take the Atlantid drive back with me. I think that's it. Oh, I know I haven't got. I usually carry backwards and forwards these. So let's take like, there's probably too much of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I made the fishing rod and I could have had the pre-packaged one. Never mind. Didn't take me a lot of time. Now, I know one thing you can do. If you wanted to take more back, which it looks like I've got everything I want to take back with me, but if you wanted to take more back, what you can do is you can go to options and you can go to... where is it? Is it in general? And maybe it's not available now. Oh yeah, return to primary saves, right there where I was looking right at it. I can return to my primary save. I can take those things out, return to this save, put some more things in. But I don't need to do that because I'm not really carrying anything else back with me. $5 million. It's not that much. We've had expeditions where we brought back more monetary value than that. It's always nice to have a couple of thousand nanites though. And we're done.
So it just remains to go and pick my stuff up, which I'll do now, otherwise I might forget. Those in the Starship 2. Those in my exosuit. I've got some stacks of those already. It's doing that strange thing again. Starship. Exosuit to sell. I'll probably go in freighter storage. That'll probably go in freighter storage. And these definitely will. Something about that distance away from the edge. There's a little sweet spot where it goes wrong. Don't need the multi-tool, don't need the freighter, and we're done. So there we go. Expedition. It took me around about 4.5 hours. So I always say 4 hours, allow 4 hours for an expedition. It's took a little bit longer. I do tend to take a little bit longer these days. Some of these seem a bit more involved, but that's a reasonable time. Much better than the 5.5 hours the first time I did it. And we are done. So, thanks for watching. I've been Pharaoh. Travel well, and goodbye for now. Oops, wrong button.